How's it going? This has been a long time coming. I have been putting off doing the story missions for us to do the Inversion of Genesis Interlude chapter for a long time, and we're finally getting to it. I also remembered that I have a fuck ton of M&Ms on my desk, so they were in my desk drawer, and I'm going to be eating them throughout the stream, so deal with that. Challenge rules remain the same. I have a feeling since it's a Sumeru quest line, it's probably going to be 5 hours stream, and it might not include any or at all combat. So, I guess we should prepare for that. Deaths equals wish pulls, and so on and so forth. Just kill a stream boss. Throw me a sub. Hell, if you ask me nicely enough, I might do a wish too. But, now that that's out of the way, I think we should jump straight into it. Also, me in the future, who's probably... Me in the future will also probably have played that clip in the last stream if we edit this, which we might not. And I do actually have one thing that we can do before we start. I posted this in my Discord. If you are in the Discord, you can find the links to that on the main About page on the Twitch channel, as well as in the description of most of my YouTube videos. But, somebody sent me a link to this clip and about the whole Lisa Second Blooming event, which I don't know if it's ended yet. As I thought this event was going to be like 5 or 6 days. I didn't know that it was still going on. Yeah, it's still going on. And apparently Lisa is in Gandharvaville right now. Or she was yesterday, which I didn't get to play. Because I am a busy man outside of these streams. And I do more than just, what do you say, stream. In fact, the streaming frequency is probably going to be less as we move on in the coming months. Probably going to be moving again soon within the year, so that's going to probably impact the streaming schedule. Among other things. Oh my god, I hate this camera. So if Lisa is here, where is she? Should we check Collei's house?
Someone needs assistance. I'll catch up.
Because Collei's got the weird house location, right? Where it's over here. Huh. This should be Collei's house, right? But no one's home. She had on pretty much left in a hurry. Look at that notebook on the table. That flower seems wilted. Oh, we're gonna read Collei's diary, huh? There's notes about taking care of flowers in this notebook. Really, Paimon wants to see. Should be placed in open space, receive plenty of sunshine. Guess Collei didn't have time to move it outside. Let's take care of that for Collei then. Anyway, we should move the flower first. Let's put it beside the house. Don't put it too far away or Collei will be worried that she can't find it when she's back. Secret quest? We'll leave this flower here to grow. Let's leave Collei a letter and tell her that we moved her flower out. Otherwise, she might think someone broke in her house. Isn't she struggling to read? Well, that was interesting. Oh, yeah, look over there. They were not there minutes ago, right?
Don't worry, Lisa. I'm fine now.
Greetings.
It's the Traveler. What you doing here?
Here to see you, Collei. And we meet again, Lisa.
Do you come to visit Collei often, cutie?
He's amazing. All of us in Gandharville already have a lot to thank him for.
Collei and I are good friends.
Well then, it seems my little Collei has been making some new friends in Sumeru.
And I've been doing my best to learn how to read. Now I can even read some simple sentences.
Good for you, kid.
Master and everyone in Sumeru has taken good care of me. But I've never forgotten my friends in Mondstadt. I've actually been thinking about taking some time to go back for a visit. Miss Lisa, how's everyone doing? Well, I hope. What about Amber? And Kaya? Oh, and Jean.
Slow down, Collei. I'll tell you all about them. Sorry, darling. Seems I'll need some time here. I want to tell Collei about what's happening in Mondstadt.
Collei out next to Looney Harpastum confirmed, I'm guessing?
Don't worry, Lisa. I'm fine now.
Oh, you
It's
can just
the
repeat it.
Traveler.
Oh,
What you
okay, so
doing
this
here?
loops.
Do you come to visit?
He's amazing.
Well then.
And I've been doing my master and everyone and Miss Lisa.
Sorry, darling.
Alright. What about me? I want to know how they're all doing too. I mean, we could always go back there. Collei doesn't. That's nice. Somebody showed me that little clip yesterday, and that really made my day. And I hope me showing this to you made someone else's day as well. Well, now that we got the nice, happy stuff out of the way, I guess we should resume our regularly scheduled depression. Alright, let's see what's going on at Naheda's place. Can I just warp to the Sanctuary of Sarasthana? I think I can, right? Inversion of Genesis. Screw saying the actual full name of this mission because it's a big wordy mess. Oh, straight into a cutscene.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
No, an essay can also be opinions and analysis.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me, so all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, that now I have to agree with the student on this one, but dramatization does not an essay make. That is a narrative, that is a novel, or I guess a short story.
Okay, but
I can't stop eating M&Ms.
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma.
That's that middle island that's currently got the Bale Thunder, right? I'll look at a map in a minute.
Is it just Paimon, or is it kind of unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Still, let's go listen in.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tatara Suna mystery is all about.
Well, so much for going to see what's up with Nahida. Inversion of Genesis. Interlude, Act 3. Map. Tatarasuna. Which island in Inazuma is Tatarasuna? Yashiori Island, Kanamazuka, Narakumi, Serpent's Head. Oh. Okay, so yeah, this is that weird giant force field place that I can't get into. That I never figured out how to get into. Okay. So it's not the Bale Thunder Island. Talk to the scholars by the road. Yeah, that was very interesting. But speaking of Inazuma, and while we got the map up, I guess, I have been meaning to, and I do plan on doing the Engonomiya questline, wherever the hell I start that. But it can wait. The fact that it's not an Archon quest makes me weird that it's going to be so important to the lore. And also someone pointed out to me that there was a village in Liyue that was mentioned in a quest I've done. That there is a city mentioned by Li Ben and Zhongli that borders... that's a border village between Fontaine and Liyue, which means that pretty much guarantees that Fontaine is either right here, which actually kind of makes sense, probably, or Fontaine is down here. Anyway, that long story short, apparently we might be getting an expansion region to Liyue, of all places, for like a prologue chapter before we actually get a Fontaine proper. So my guesses are we're going to get one more expansion for Sumeru, where we get like Nahida's Character Quest 2 and a new weekly boss. And Dia's story quest. And then we'll probably get a prologue chapter where we unlock another region here, or another region here. But there's not enough fucking things for the Towers of the Seven, so I guess we might be getting another desert expansion too. Gotta finish Jet's storyline, I guess. I don't know. So long story short, desert expansion could still just be so desert expansion, whatever that region that borders Liyue is, then we're going to Fontaine. So we're at 3.4 right now, which means 3.8. 3.7 will probably be the last update before we get 4.0, is basically what my little aside tangent has been. Back to it.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabukimono will end up being the main focus of this paper.
Kabukimono.
Ugh, if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd know about.
Looking for me?
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Could they have gotten a more British-sounding person to voice this Inazuman?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
If you don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma.
Oh. This doesn't explain to me why we needed to do Kazuha's quest. But it does explain to me why we had to do Raiden Shogun too, because that opens up so people from Inazuma can come here.
This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
So what, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Let's see, from what I remember about that island, giant force field, some kind of mine. Good place to get Onikabuto. Can't access like a third of the island.
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry, I can't help this time.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
He's got a point there.
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Aqaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade.
Oh, that's why they wanted us to do the whole fucking quest line with Kazuha, because then we would learn about the fucking Genkuda, or the 5 bladesmiths.
But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a Kabukimono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
Uh-huh.
That's right. Aqaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabukimono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Aqaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
Uh-huh.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yeah, that just kind of sounds like, a generic murder story.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
He's not yelling that loud, but then again, I turned the volume down a lot.
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out.
I can get behind that. Why are tabs opening? Close that tab. There we go. Back to the game.
It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago.
400 years ago, so a little bit after the Conria thing.
Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Could it be?
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
And there's a mine there, so this being ahead of the good smelting Inazuma makes sense to me.
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Yes, I have. Now it makes sense why they wanted us to do the Kazuha quest. It's for the historical context.
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
And we directly reference it, which means that wouldn't make sense if we hadn't done that quest.
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So, basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art.
There we go.
Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
We met one of them.
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
There's more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown.
Seriously.
Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
This guy is super British sounding for an Inazuman.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Aqaba's teacher, the Kabukimono was not a human, but a puppet.
Well, we know who that is.
A puppet?
The Shogun puppet that the Electro Archon made should be ruling Inazuma with her as we speak. Couldn't be her. God, Ether, are you that dumb? The Kabukimono has to be the Balladeer. But what was he doing 400 years ago in Tatarasuna?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Glare at Paimon and hope she keeps her mouth shut. It's not a secret. We can share that information. I mean, you guys are the ones walking around saying you're not from this fucking planet. We could at least say that the Balladeer is a puppet.
No. Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
They do have, what do they call them? Yokai in Inazuma, so that makes sense. Why they wouldn't find a puppet that weird. Oh boy, here we go. Welcome to the Dan book reading stream, part 2. Or actually, this is like the 3rd book that we've read on stream now at this point. Alright. Sawada, Extract 1. A man arrived in Tatarasuna around 3 in the afternoon from afar. He spied laborers walking along the mountain roads toward the factories, their shoes scuffing along the jutting stones. They had factories 400 years ago? They walked like people, convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract it from the gems beyond. They might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness it. Well, you just described it. All these M&Ms have killed my throat. This was a bad idea. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Do my eyes deceive me? Sir Miyazaki, I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City would have been so easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking the first steps on their journey. Expression relaxed. Why, Katsuragi, Inazuma is in the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest routes, the dangers I could have possibly faced. And what about the good news? There was some, naturally. The two burst into an uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the path's end. A young man dressed in a linen shirt, wearing a headscarf, gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now the flames of the forge are unlike any other, for their intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the flame watcher, an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the Watcher. Yet he stood alone. Only when Katsuragi and Miyazaki strode into the room did the Watcher turn. This Watcher was Niwa, armory officer and administrator of Tatarasuna, born to the Niwa clan, which served as one of the 3 pillars of the Ishin art. Niwa never argued with his siblings, and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of his high standing with those in power served as a statement unto itself. Miyazaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression and said, It is as you have it said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan. Yet I still believe it to be worth a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procured the materials that you requested. Niwa studied the text and nodded. We should try some of these new forging techniques. I lost my place when I scrolled. Whether Kaidahara says yay or nay. Katsuragi frowned, and with a sigh he said, Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most. Sirs, and still, you seek improvement each day with a terrifying drive. I should have Lord Nagamasa hear this. Oh my, should my Lord Nagamasa hear this, the sourness in his face shall be hard to miss. Alright, we'll scroll down to here. All the way, oh, wow, there's multiple chapters here. Niwa smiled, replying, And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsuragi? Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his two friends, and yet he could not think of any way to deflect, and groused. I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are nothing before you. Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby. Their footsteps light with the celerity of youth. The head that peeked out was round, and in light of the fires, looked like an oiled jewel. The young man placed some boxed food at the side, and nodding, he prepared to leave. Katsuragi called out after him, What about your share? Aren't you going to eat it? The young man, upon hearing those words, found himself slightly at loss. After a while he answered, Very well, I'll try it. You are welcome to the food. We all eat the same fare, after all. Niwa said. The man nodded and left, seemingly deep in thought. Extract 2. The Kabukimono was by the coast. Sunset fell to the accompaniment of darkness. The bands of twilight showed themselves not, for in their place did thunderclouds roil, grumbling the omens of a coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh and sea, and the dusk bade the clouds to kneel upon the land, its supplication mirroring the Kabukimono, with the knees bent and face pointed towards the waters. None passed that way, and none knew what he was waiting for in silence. Time passed, unmeasured and uncounted, till a black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the Kabukimono, bearing down on him like a nightmare. Though he was not aware at first, after his studying gaze was refined by time, he understood. This cloud had marked him from the very start. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near, the lights of its bow flickering, in and out of sight beneath the falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing sight from the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides? Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat, and was joined in the bereftness of its direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the Kabukimono stood idle, slanting his head to study the ground and wreck. To study the grand wreck. Oh boy. Shipwreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help, and with a plop it landed at the Kabukimono's feet. He crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite out of it. Yet he did not, for the dark cloud swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. The Kabukimono stared at it blankly, like an awakening dreamer. When he returned to himself, the clouds had scattered, as if they had never been there at all. As for the ship, could it have been struck down by a storm? Who was to know? Not the Kabukimono. Extract 3. Katsuragi rushed to the doorway and shouted, "My lord, things go ill at the furnace. I have searched for Sir Niwa, but there is no trace of him. And much time has passed since Sir Miyazaki left to seek aid. But he has yet to send us a missive. Look, any missive. Look." Mikoshi Nagamasa turned slowly, his face grave as one attending a funeral. He spoke then, his words heavy-laden. "I wish not to say such words, Katsuragi, but Sir Miyazaki may never return." Katsuragi peered past Nagamasa's broad, stiff shoulders, beyond the windows. The clouds above boiled in waves of black, as if darkness now was the only weather, and might even morph into an abysmal beast and devour Tatarasuna whole. It is always raining there, actually, I think. Or no, that's the next island over. Over 10 people had already perished. That was why. Why Katsuragi recoiled, as if struck. Yes. It was coming back to him now, in dribs and drabs. That was why he had set out to seek aid. Miyazaki had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then, traveling from Tatarasuna to Inazuma. To ask for support was normally no great feat, and yet there had been no sign of his return. I could have sworn in the lore they used ice bridges and not ships. Anywho, then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth, till the Kabukimono himself had departed upon the tides. Under the foul skies and ominous fortunes, it had been Katsuragi who had brought him back, and treated him as his own, and it pained him greatly to see the lad go. Yet the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. Even should they sacrifice more lives, it would have been worth it to gain the assistance from Inazuma City. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterward, Nagamasa led a search party into the mountains in the area around the furnace, all to no avail. Folk began to wonder if Niwa might have encountered an accident. But worry soon turned to suspicion, and they all wondered if he had fled, unwilling to bear the sin of having caused these incidents. The people grew ever more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against his discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly a figure flashed by. Their presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut, though he only nicked the silken veil of the intruder. For a moment they swayed, and then, like a marionette pulled by strings, they moved behind Nagamasa, laughing darkly. "Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps?" Nagamasa bellowed in fury. "You dare address Sir Niwa directly?" Yet the figure parted like the mist before a falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. "Was it you who slew my people?" Nagamasa howled and charged, held back only by Katsuragi's desperate grip. As his senses returned to him, he realized he was but an inch away from falling into the furnace. It seems the rest of the work remains unfinished. From the existing text, however, it is apparent that this novel is a fantastical, colorful sensibilities born from imagination, well and utilized.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Sure, buddy. I'll read your essay draft. Oh my god, this is just as long, but we're going to read it anyway. Alright, let's see what an essay paper looks like. A brief analysis of possible events of historical importance in the Tatarasuna area. Details. This text belongs to a series of works sponsored by the Vahumana's Veil Cutter Project. It has yet to be numbered. Author, Aqaba. Abstract, the Tatarasuna... I've read so many fucking scientific documents and scholarly journals. This is reading exactly like one of those. It even has an abstract. The Tatarasuna area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's smithing industry. 2 incidents have occurred here, and the details behind the first are vague at best. I believe, however, that there might be a hidden history behind the events that transpired. Hence, this paper will attempt to analyze what may have unfolded from the available data. Glossary, Tadaratsuna area, Raiden Gokaden, Mikoshi Nagamasa, Kabukimono. Introduction. This paper continues and expands on the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi, in his report on the haply hidden tales of Tadaratsuna, and is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inazuma were originally handed down from the Electro Archon, also known as Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from their Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors do not quite fit the steely nature of metalwork yet linger about Tadaratsuna, which was central pillar for the forging industry. There, the Mikoshi and the Niwa clans, along with the eccentric puppet, serve as the 3 windows of insight we needed to investigate the truth of what happened. Body. Strange notes from Tadaratsuna area. Their contents are as follows. 1. Perhaps I overstep, but I think that Sir Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikoshi must eat at him. Also, Sir Katsuragi discovered a nameless eccentric while patrolling around Nizuchi Beach. 2. The inspector bought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsuragi discussed matters of smithing deep into the night with the Vice Armory Officer. 3. We at last made a single Nagamaki. We called it the Daitara Nagamasa. The inspector was in high spirits. He and the Vice Armory Officer. Nozomu was taken by the beauty of the Daitara Nagamasa that he drew a picture of it, and performed the sword dance with that wandering eccentric. 4. And we could not find that eccentric. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Katsuragi. The great blade cut deep into the flesh, cast his own Nagamaki into the furnace flame. Nozomu could not abide by that order and drew the completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burned. 5. Nozomu died that night. I dare say that while Sir Katsuragi may have committed malfeasance, it was out of the goodness of his heart. 6. Kinjiro hid the Nagamaki and Nozumu's drawing in the arsenal. Nagamasa is harsh, but also knows right from wrong. But even so, he is not amenable to reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still, I and some of the households of the Tadaratsuna have not been blinded by the matter of Nagamasa's mother, Chiyo, and we trust him. I also remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Daitara Nagamasa with him, and that joy of watching that nameless eccentric perform the sword dance with Katsuragi. 7. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts, one for the inspector, one for the armory officer, and one to be left in Tadaratsuna itself to prevent theft. But we were in too much of a hurry, and neither the inspector nor the army officer could be found. So I was so bold to hide the 3 pieces within the treasure chests of Tadaratsuna. The 7 notes mentioned prior have been scattered across the Tadaratsuna area. Among these 7 notes, 6 seem to be of good physical integrity. Although they all look quite old, while the last one looks more recent, I believe the first 6 notes and the last are of different time periods. Though the gulf in years between them needs to be verified, the contents of the 6 should also be related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Rumi once mentioned in the Happily Hidden Tales of Tadaratsuna, hereafter known as Hidden Tales, that in the past, researchers from Sumeru had investigated the cultural histories of Tadaratsuna and Inazuma. Though the place has fallen into some degree of disrepair since the Hidden Tales were written, things have improved since the time when I wrote my original article. Regardless, What used to be an area of major industry remains a place most inhospitable, and residents of Tataratsuna may be found living and dwelling by the waters. The residents, when questioned, told the researchers of Tataratsuna's golden age centuries ago, when it was administered by the Armory Officer Niwa, Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki, and Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. Yet the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region also seemed to stress the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding their homeland's past. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A very small number, however, mentioned the word puppet. It should be known that puppets are neither traditional nor common yokai in Inazuma. This fact drew the attention of researchers to delve further, and eventually, the following pieces of information came to light. A puppet did once appear in Tataratsuna. Its visage was elegant, its apparel impeccable, and the way it dressed hid all the joint lines on its body. If no one were to mention that it was indeed a puppet, it would be hard to tell at all. Additionally, this puppet seemed to possess special joint lines that would fade with time, potentially even disappearing altogether, which would perhaps eventually make the puppet seem entirely human. The name of the puppet was known to almost none. Some folk claimed to have spotted it appearing around Tataratsuna, while others mentioned encountering it in the central regions of the area. Some even claimed that it would frequent the beach. Tales spread of its standing beside the sea, gazing across the waters towards Inazuma City. What it was that the puppet was gazing at remains a mystery. As mentioned earlier, the 6 notes all document a certain nameless eccentric. The eccentric, which can also be read as Kabukimono, is usually used in Inazuma to refer to a figure who dresses or behaves in a peculiar manner. It's understandable, therefore, why this character would have left such an impression. Should the people of Tataratsuna indeed have had a puppet in their midst incurring mass panic, a good possibility concerning the coexistence between yokai and humans in Inazuma at large. Then the puppet would have very likely become a local resident. What is less well known is if the Kabukimono was just another title for this puppet. Perhaps because it was uniquely dressed to distract attention from its more special characteristics, a workable theory, but one that still lacks enough evidence to support it. Still, it can be retained as an analytical lens of sorts. A list of individuals related to Tataratsuna has been compiled here based on the historical documents from Inazuma, starting from the administrators. The records are as follows. Armory Officer Niwa, full name Niwa Hisahide. He was the inheritor of the Ishin art, a successor of the Niwa clan. His family, along with the Akame and Kaidahara clans, were together known as the Ishin Sansaku. Records show that Niwa was a modest and intelligent individual who displayed remarkable talent in the administration and territory of the territory and its people. His eventual whereabouts are unknown, but he was suspected to have left Tataratsuna with his family following the incident. Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki, full name Miyazaki Kaneo. He was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown, and he primarily assisted Niwa in foraging and personnel management. He was affable. He was of an affable temperament, and had many friends in the region, including Mikoshi Nagamasa. Mr. Affable comes to mind. That one's for you, Grantmaster. Anywho. Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. The successor of the Mikoshi clan adopted a son to the Oni warrior Mikoshi Chiyo. So Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa is the successor of the Mikoshi clan, adopted son to Oni warrior Mikoshi Chiyo. So Chiyo was a fucking Oni. Interesting. And the younger adopted brother of Mikoshi Michichiro. also known as Iwakura the Successor. With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name. Striving daily to wipe the shame from their history, though, through records state that Mikoshi Nagamasa was a stubborn figure, he was also noted to be a person of moral and virtue and integrity. It has been noted in various records that he practiced forging of swords for self-cultivation and specially requested special instruction from Miyazaki to further his capabilities. However, after the famous blade, Daiatara Nagamasa was forged, he used it to slay his subordinate Katsuragi. For reasons unknown at present. Subordinate, Katsuragi. Katsuragi's full name and background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I have sorted through, I have yet to find any more additional personnel information regarding him. As for one of the Mikoshi Nagamasa's subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by Nagamasa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick by his lord through thick and thin, and to give his life in service as it were but asked of him. Kabukimono, full name unknown, background unknown. From the many sources I have compiled and combined with Rumi's personnel observations, this character might have been the puppet mentioned in the rumors. The Kabukimono was a figure of fashionable grace and gentleness. According to the hidden tales, he was brought back to Tataratsuna by Katsuragi and became a member of the community. When the Kabukimono first arrived in Tataratsuna, he knew nothing of cleaning, cooking, or any work of meticulous nature. The locals taught him their skills over time, showing him how to clean his attire, dance, and craft small trinkets. Records state that the Kabukimono was there when the Daitara Nagamasa was forged, though his trail ends before Mikoshi Nagamasa slew Katsuragi. I believe that the Kabukimono was indeed the aforementioned puppet, and that he was quite likely had a hand in Katsuragi's death. Seems the rest of this paper remains unfinished. One thing is for sure, though, a lot of thought was put into it.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it.
They were both good reads. In all honesty, I did like reading the paper better because it was easier to follow.
Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Ooh, nice burn, Paimon. Yeah, that sounds like more like a novel.
Aqaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
There actually was a political struggle that we learned in the Kazuha storyline that led with the Kaidaharas being exiled to fucking Shnezhnaya.
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
I'll leave you to it.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
I gotta remember to talk to these guys later.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the Balladeer, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh?
We could.
After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it?
Says who?
If you ask Paimon, Aqaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Keep going, Paimon. Wait a minute. Hold on. What's wrong? That was him just walking.
Did you see that? He literally just went by. Over there. It looked like...
Yeah, there he is. There he goes.
The Balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Follow the figure you just
Someone
saw.
needs assistance.
Oh, hi, Nahida.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida! Bad news. We just saw the Balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hi, Scaramouche.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
I mean, outside of trying to kill us that one time, he's actually done nothing but help us. Actually, no, wait. He did poison us that one time. I mean, to us personally. I mean, he did disable Inazuma, but he had a lot of beef with Inazuma. As far as Sumeru goes, he doesn't really have much going on. I guess Nahida's already worked with Fatui once at this point as well.
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
That is a good point. That's a good counterpoint. If you don't want him around so much, just kill him.
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
I'm not super murder happy, so, I mean, I could name drop some murder hobo players I've had in D&D over the years that I've met, but nah, I don't fit the bill.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
Anything you say, Nahida.
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
How is he tricking her, Paimon? He's working for her. He doesn't have the opportunity.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Oof. That hurts. That was a good burn.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Lawful evil. Actually, that's probably lawful neutral, to be honest.
Well, I, for one, have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time.
TLDR, you can work with evil people. There's nothing wrong with working with evil people, so long as you don't allow them to do evil deeds.
The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position.
Is he not, like, powerful?
Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
Yeah, speaking of the Fatui, why didn't they make an attempt to retrieve... Oh, wait, they did. They did make an attempt to retrieve him.
Wait a second. reformer? You mean, he's not a harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the Doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
The Doctor is second in the Harbingers, right? I guess he has the authority to kick people out? How come people aren't talking about that in the fucking lore videos? Apparently the Doctor has enough authority within the Harbingers to just say, you, I don't like you. You're out of the Harbingers. Sorry, child, you've lost to the Traveler already. Bye, you're not a Harbinger anymore. So, as far as I'm concerned, we're down 3 Harbingers now, I guess. 11 was a weird number to begin with. Now it's a nice 10 with 2 open seats. So you got tossed. So they tossed you. So he tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them. Other times, it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui. And also between each of the Harbingers.
Really? So they're all getting part of the Harbingers for their own goals.
So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? What a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are going to reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
I think Nahida's smarter than that to listen to what an idiot has to say in his opinion that is very clearly guided by bias and, strangely, a lot of racism towards people from Snezhnaya. Or just the Fatui in general. Is that racism? It's not so much Snezhnaya that he hates, it's specifically the Fatui. That'd be like, let's say, Russia's at war with Ukraine right now. I don't hate Russia, I just hate the Russian military. That would be what the equivalent is, right? Is that a good analogy, or is this analogy falling apart? I don't know. I'm eating M&Ms. They're sopping all my brain power and giving me sugar energy to bounce around in my seat. Come on, Nahida. I'm with you all the way. Fuck Aether and Paimon. I'm with you on this one. If there's a peaceful way to negotiate all of this, go forward.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
That's right. Give him a chance to prove himself.
All right. Then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahida, are you serious about this? Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me? To be fair, yeah, the Fatui have a lot of good intel.
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that? Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am.
Speaking of Irminsul and Nahida, while I have this memory thought, someone pointed out to me, I already knew that Ruka Devada's name got removed from several item descriptions, and I don't know if I can verify this, but people have told me that the way that they coded that is actually that it's fucking DDLC nonsense where there's actually 2 fucking files for 2 separate item descriptions. And literally, that story quest deletes one of them and replaces it with the other. So, like, literally, Rukkhadevata is deleted from the game files after you do that fucking Archon quest, which is kind of nuts to me, if that's true. And while we're on this subject, someone pointed out to me that we're not from this world, which is why we probably are not connected to Irminsul and why we can remember Rukkhadevata. But someone pointed it out that Zhongli mentions Rukkhadevata. I'll have to go back and check the footage, but Zhongli mentions Rukkhadevata in one of his story quest lines. And you can do Zhongli's story quest lines after you've done the Sumeru Archon quest. Which I'm pretty sure I did do his story quest lines after the Sumeru Archon quest. Which means if they didn't change that, or if it's something the developers missed, it could mean that Zhongli is also originally not from Teyvat. Because for whatever reason, if that's not a mistake on the part of the developers, Zhongli remembers Rukkhadevata. Man, this guy just... And if that's true, then he's still withholding information. A fuck ton.
He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
Not really. He treated us like insects a few times. Less than enemies.
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns.
Gotta find sister.
As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Well put.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it. Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help? I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. It seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned.
Oh, I just realized something. All the Archons have a voice line about the other Archon. So, I wonder... And I'm going to have to Google this, because I'm not going to be able to look it up on my gameplay, because of where I'm in the story. I mean, I guess I could wail, but I refuse to do that. But when we eventually get the other Archons in the game, like the Tsaritsa, like Focalors, like whoever the God of War is in Notlin, I wonder if they're going to have a voice line written in for Rukkhadevata, for if you pull them and get them before Rukkhadevata gets deleted. That'll then get replaced by Nahida. I wonder if they'll do that. I wonder how much attention to detail they're going to do for this whole Rukkhadevata deletion thing.
Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Got it.
Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
I don't like the sound of this.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
I also don't see the scary cubes in the background. Oh, there he is.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Nah, Heda sent me to babysit you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
Sure he does, Paimon.
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous.
Oh, I guess you're here too, Nahida.
I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through.
We're going inside the internet, everybody.
I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Also keep an eye out for cats and porn, because I'm willing to bet there's a ton of that in there.
Fine, let's call it truce, but only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
He called her Lesser Lord Kusanali. Does he remember Greater Lord Rukkhadevata?
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going.
Does Paimon remember Greater Lord Rukkhadevata?
Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
There's no need for all the biting sarcasm.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure. Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
This is definitely going to be a lore episode for sure.
Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul.
It's different than what I imagined.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something.
That's what information means.
Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Because you don't like him.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen?
I imagine it's like Tron and we get derezed.
What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Oh no, it's a slow walk mission.
These sapling things have spread out.
Oh,
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
the location's changed. Looks like we've been transported to another path. Interesting.
It looks the same in every direction.
This space is indeed unusual, but it's like the Balladeer is more used to it than I.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh.
Ah, shit.
No, he was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
Actually, I feel like this is actually a good time to have a guard up. I don't want to get fucking tricked into walking somewhere.
We're here.
I don't trust him fully, but I definitely trust him more than Paimon and Aether do.
What a huge tree!
If you could call it that. This is the center of Irminsul. All the information in the world is flowing through it. It reminds me of Raiden Mei or Raiden Makoto's fucking Realm of Consciousness that we did during the Raiden Shogun quest. That's what this place reminds me of.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, we made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint. The Balladeer's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
Makes sense to me. He hasn't put up any resistance and has been seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he's had a similar role in the Fatui. First Aqaba and Sawada's stories, now this. What a strange individual.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
I mean, while we're here, we might as well ask him about it. Hey, do you know anything about a Kabukimono on Tadarasuna? I don't know why I'm just now thinking to ask him this now.
Will do.
For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Ugh.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Thank you.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
Paimon, come on. We've done this before. I'm guessing that you don't want to disturb the Balladeer.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
I mean, it's better than talking with Catherine as a mouthpiece. That's a little awkward.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great!
Now Paimon can talk without needing to open her mouth.
So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yeah, it's called putting up with authority. It's a thing that we learn to do working in retail. I mean, he's just a snarky asshat. Also, now that I think about it, there's a lot of... I think I've pointed it out every time it's happened, but it's really weird where we occasionally just hear people's thoughts anyway. Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for
As
others.
I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand.
I blow my nose.
Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is it about his past, the betrayals, and the other events in Inazuma?
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Yeah, the 3 betrayals cutscene. Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia and Partis Di. You relate what you saw in the Balladeer's mind in Partis Di.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Or what he seemed to claim was betrayal. It was kind of a story that felt like it was full of holes to me.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Hang on, are we dropping frames? Looks like we dropped some frames. 2 instances. Let me just, Okay. Everything seems to be going well now.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon. Speaking of puppets, we ran into 2 people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that? If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabukimono and so on, yes. I know about all of that. Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Uh-huh.
Oh? How interesting. Those 2 managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone. So the Gesse got it right?
The Gesse. We told her about the guess version. The political conflict, I was right.
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you 3 are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
Oh wow, he caught on. Who could have ever have guessed?
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
We have every right to keep certain things confidential. Aether, don't be an asshole, Aether.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
The Fatui already knew that. So it wouldn't surprise me that he does.
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work, but your attitude is better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
That's not good. Or is it good?
Right. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Anonymous data? Don't touch it. That's probably a virus.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatarasuna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
That name, Niwa was the man in charge of Tataratsuna, plus he belongs to the lineage of the Ishinar.
Whoa!
Yes, more lore! Feed me the lore!
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is a warm, welcoming place, like a giant village. People are gainfully employed, their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatarasuna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow.
Disposing?
The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
That guy's from Fontaine.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique.
So they got technology from Fontaine. Furnace technology from Fontaine. Interesting.
Even now, you remain one of Tatarasuna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
Escher. Was he mentioned in the paper?
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected, because I didn't want to speculate, and I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate.
I did think it was weird that they mentioned factories in the story / research paper, because factories like 400 years in the past in Inazuma sounds kind of weird.
And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabukimono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with the Shogun. This is our last hope.
The Golden Feather.
But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem.
Interesting.
I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left?
He's got a knife.
Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
And dead.
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
That voice actor I recognize. Hello, Ildatore.
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
I had my suspicions. So the fact that he mentioned Guk, Black Smoke, which sounds a lot like the ruin machines that Dottore was experimenting with. Because it's a ruin serpent that puts all the fucking black gunk in the chasm. So there's a similar situation to the chasm going on in Tatarasuna. Interesting. Very interesting, lore-wise. I was thinking it might have been a Conran reveal, but the fact that it's El Dottore, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But
it's
Why go through
no
all the
trouble
trouble?
at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
the Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled
how they
with
make
venom when
delusions.
faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
Great delivery. Amazing performance. 10 out of 10.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was.
Interesting. Super interesting. And this is that shot from the trailer that was framed. They framed it this way so you wouldn't see Niwa and put the two pieces together with Scaramouche. Oh, that's so clever.
I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore? Dottore!
Uh-oh.
Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
He was the one behind the Tatarasuna incident.
But why did we see things from his perspective? When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Interesting.
Maybe so. But it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
This betrayal was a lie he has believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of the doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him?
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
I'm just gonna sit with my own thoughts. I wouldn't wander off, because remember, we can get lost in here.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions. Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Probably because his friend is dead.
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabukimono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the Balladeer became the main test subject.
So it also means that the Balladeer was the one who it also means that the doctor was the one that recruited the Balladeer to the Harbingers. It also means that the doctor is the one who kicked him out of the Harbingers. So the doctor still answers to Jester, but at the same time, he seems to be able to call a lot more shots than we realize. Maybe he really is the Jester's second in command.
After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the Balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the Balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The Balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the Balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Very terrible. That's like outright abhorrent. Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now we know what has been behind the decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
He's standing on nothing over there. Mystery
Dottori,
of
you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
I can't open the wheel. A while later.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright?
He's smiling.
That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan. Aether! Have a heart, man!
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Tevat.
So why is the sister considered part of Tevat?
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Not unexpected, but still, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. She came here because the heavens wanted her to go here? What?
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time.
Oh shit. That's some lore drop stuff that I wasn't expecting to get. The Jester, another Fatui Harbinger? Why?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this.
So, here's my theory. I believe the sibling, after getting cubed, ends up getting dropped in Conria, let's say 550 or 510 years ago. Maybe 501 years ago. Spends about 1 to 5 years in Conria. Maybe explores the world with Dainsleif at some point. Then a couple of years pass. We show up to meet our sister. We get that opening cutscene where we fight the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles. Pop, we get cubed again. She gets dropped somewhere a couple of years down the line, and then we get dropped in present day. Sounds about right? Makes sense. That's my theory. We'll run with that.
Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What do you want to know?
Give me your hand.
I got a bad feeling about this, but... Yes, she was isekai'd. Okay, so the chat is working. I don't know why I didn't see that pop up. Okay.
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
At least I'm safe inside my mind. Are you trying to brainwash me? Oh my god, Ether, you're an asshole. This guy can't trust anyone from the Fatui, I guess. I know I'm not a very trusting person, and I have more trust in fucking Scaramouche here than fucking Ether does.
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you.
Whoa, back it up. Any more? You, meaning, implying you could brainwash people before. How many people are walking around brainwashed? Or is that why Hypatia is a loyal follower? I have fucking no clue.
So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
I don't know. I don't know how to time travel. Maybe? Probably not. A funny thing, actually, I saw a TikTok with Neil deGrasse Tyson, like, literally 2 hours ago, before we started streaming. Well, actually, literally, yeah, 2 hours ago. 15 minutes before we started streaming. I was scrolling through TikTok, and anywho, I saw one from Neil deGrasse Tyson where he was talking about, he was asked a question on, I believe it was like BBC, if he thought it was possible to time travel. And he gave the generic response that most scientists of his position would give, which is, it's already possible to travel forward in time. All you got to do is basically move faster than everybody else, and you'll move through time at a different rate than them. But as for going into the past, he takes the fucking stance that Stephen Hawking took, which was that he thinks that a higher understanding of the universe might actually prevent it. There might be some scientific law that we just don't yet know or understand that prevents travel to the past to change the past. Me, I believe in the Everett Wheeler model, or the mini worlds model of quantum mechanics, which I believe it is possible to change the past. However, that doesn't mean it will affect your present. It will affect a different present. Also, there's an argument to be had that traveling into the past just makes that your new present, so that's the school of thought that I follow when it comes to time travel. The loom of fate, however, is a thing that has been brought up multiple times throughout the Genshin Impact story, and I believe that's what he's actually... Don't think about riding Shogun's ass. Don't think about riding Shogun's ass. Speaking of riding Shogun, that story that we learned about from the two researchers made it realize that this guy's got doll joints underneath that skin. This guy's made out of plastic. Why would you ask that? And yes, Ether, I think he's asking about the Loom of Fate.
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me.
Wait, that look, did he see me hesitate? That was because I know about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Yeah, and this is Ether confirming my theory that that he knows about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Uh-oh.
So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
I did not have enough time to read that.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Balladeer, stop.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
He's going to attempt to change the past? Can you... Then again, if my running theory that, I came up with this theory right after Act 5. If it turns out that, that all of Teyvat, or I guess all of Teyvat, or Genshin Impact, is a fucking simulation run by Celestia, maybe you can change the past. Just rewrite the programming. It's like, okay, these events happened in this order instead, and maybe that'll do something.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are.
Oh no, is this supposed to be a butterfly effect joke about him changing something? Yeah, we did literally plant a tree at the beginning of time. But that was in the realm of consciousness, not Irminsul. We're inside the internet right now. We're not at the beginning of time. That being said, I can just open up Wikipedia on my second monitor right now, log into my Wikipedia account, and start deleting things from history that I don't like. Let's see. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won the presidential election in the United States. Done. Did it work? No, I think we still live in a Trump-filled era. Darn. That was worth a shot.
But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Well, it wasn't Greater Lord Rukkhadevata deleting her that removed the withering. It was deleting the forbidden knowledge that was connecting the Irminsul to the Abyss. That's what was causing the... And actually, that doesn't fix the Withering, it fixed Elazar. The Withering is still around, because the Withering is caused by Manarana. If you finish the quest line with the Aranara, you would know that. Because the Manarana is like some weird ancient Conrian death machine, I guess, that is like the manifestation of death itself. That's what's creating the Withering. Withering is still around in Sumeru. In fact, I did not. Sumeru is too big. Yeah. Long story short, even if you you got to this point in the story and deleted Ruga Devata, the Withering is still around. Elazar is the thing that you fixed, not the Withering. Although if you finish the Aranara questline, you can get rid of the Withering, but it is just said that it will show up in about another 400 years or so. So the Withering will always come back, because the Withering will always exist as long as the concept of death exists. This is an Elden Ring. We can't just remove the concept of death from the world. Destined death will always persist in Genshin Impact, just in the form of Marana, I think was what they called it. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, colony of harmless ants.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
I don't want to jump into the internet. We could catch a virus. What if we catch a virus in the internet? Does it give us a virus in real life? These are the questions that Sword Art Online didn't answer.
Oh no, he's really gone.
You two literally ran around the tree in a different direction than you saw him wander, and are dumbfounded by the fact that you couldn't find him? I want a smarter protagonist in the next game I play.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, hi, Nahida. You kind of let all that happen? Surf's up, Paimon.
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
The shield, that's why.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
He's going to attempt to change the past.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Shouldn't we follow him? If I could change my fate, would I? I mean, I kind of want to be... I kind of really like my parents, despite the fact that they don't like each other. So, I don't know if I would want to be born into a different family. If I could change my fate, I would probably just rig lottery numbers. So that way I could stream full time and just dedicate my life to my hobbies. Hire an editor. Yeah, I would change my fate. Anyone who says that they wouldn't, honestly, is honestly living a life that is so good that they can't possibly think of a better life.
An inn or something?
Uh-oh. We're still in fucking the internet, aren't we?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
Isn't there anything I can do?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
I need to stop eating these M&Ms.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
He wanted to talk privately in my head. Or he was reading my thoughts. Paimon doesn't remember Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain it in full, and the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata for now and focus on the Balladeer. Alright.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible!
It's not easy, that's for sure.
Right! You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
That's a great example, but a bad interpretation. If you drank all the water, and then we deleted the Drew drinking all the water from Irminsul, all the water is still gone. We just don't know who fucking drunk it.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do.
It just works, Matt. It just works.
Ooh, Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history.
Huh?
Paimon, are you okay?
Sorry. Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress. But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Oh yeah, that is definitely possible. You can erase yourself from history in Irminsul. We already know that to be a fact. But whether or not that actually changes history, I don't know. Maybe?
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Indeed, if the Balladeer does erase himself from Irminsul, many people in Inazuma will be affected. I can't imagine what the situation would look like. Worst case scenario, it'll affect everyone within a connection to the Raigen Gokuden. Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. Wait, Ayaka and Ayato have a connection to the Gokuden? Will this mean that they disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here.
I just remembered that I actually had to eat some more of these M&Ms or the Ziploc bag wouldn't close.
Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake.
Fisherman's toast. Outrider steak. Fried golden radish balls. Sweet madams.
And Dragon chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad.
Jewelry soup. Matsutake rolls. Charcoal covered anchohage cakes.
Oh, also Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed and bird egg soup,
what else do I make? What do I eat that often? What's with this camera angle? Paimon, what's wrong?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now?
Uh-oh, I think he deleted some things.
Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again?
You were getting so worried about the situation with the Balladeer that you started listing foods.
The Balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though.
And the world is fucked. Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer. That must mean he actually pulled it off. But how did he have that ability? Doesn't make sense. He walked into the fucking internet. How the fuck do you think he did it? Do you think he just said mumbo jumbo, Balladeer no more? No, he's clearly had the power to do this. We've seen the power to do this.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
Nope, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
Want to go back to Inazuma?
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
There's no time to explain. I'll probably start the chapter on YouTube right before Paimon woke up. Or right when she started listing food. What's this next chapter? Dance of Destruction. Talk to Amanuma Toga. That's the blacksmith, right? Yep, that's the blacksmith that we talked to on several occasions. We only talked to him, I think, twice so far. We talked to him on Yoimiya's quest, we talked to him on Kazuha's quest, and now we're talking to him again. Time, Mr. Paimon. Actually, since you brought up King Crimson, that reminds me, I should probably finally get around to watching all of JoJo Part 6 now that it's finished, I'm told. Also, I made a decision earlier today. I guess I should state it here for the record so that I don't forget it in the future, but I also have made plans to sit and start watching Record of Ragnarok. People have been recommending it to me, and I had a conversation with you, Matt, the other day, and I think the people have been eavesdropping on our conversations again and putting in the algorithm because literally 4 or 5 fucking videos of it showed up in my YouTube Shorts feeds today. Yeah, just keep aware of that. Even your private conversations are being watched and put on the internet. The NSA knows it all.
We've made it to Amanuma Smithy.
Ah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I was here yesterday. Or I guess 2 days ago now, because an in-game day passed. Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
About the Raiden Gokuden. Could you tell me that story one more time?
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju.
Hashirama sells, man.
The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
What was the reason behind their decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale.
So this does take place, like, directly after the fucking Kaedehara Kazuha storyline.
The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him.
This is the guy that would later forge that blade that was in the Kazuha story quest, I imagine.
Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately.
Or not, never mind.
Killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan, which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
The legend of the Raiden Gokuden has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. Were we supposed to get that information before? Because it sounds like we're being told a story that I was definitely not told before. It looks like the Balladeer did something in Irminsul, but it seems that Niwa still died.
Is there anything else you wanted to ask?
You'd seen Kazuha recently.
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Good. Phew, so he still exists. Well, of course he still exists. He mentioned Kaedehara Kazuha like minutes ago. Were you not paying attention, Ether? That's all, thank you very much. And he's the same Kazuha I know. Things don't seem as bad as I feared last night.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon.
What a good traveling companion.
On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
The Yashiro Commission. I guess I guess the Kamisato clan is one of the fucking Bladesmith clans that forgot their art. I didn't think that. They definitely practice blade arts.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler! It's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Thank you. We'll take you up on that offer. Can we take a walk in the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Nice.
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
Ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions about 400 years ago?
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know?
How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf.
I think it's really weird that they call him the Commissioner around here when he's Ayaka's older brother. They could just call him Ayato.
As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although, he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
That being said, if you wanted to show him due respect, you could still call him the Commissioner, but then say his younger sister.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Ayato is still the Yashiro Commissioner. Ayaka is still the Lady of the House. No changes there. As far as I can see, nothing's changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I was expecting as much, but it's still a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are both safe and well.
Got any more questions?
That's all for now. My thanks.
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you.
She's crushing hard.
I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
I'm flattered.
I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comforts.
He would be. I like that guy.
They get to talking about you sometimes, too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves.
Those are the best kind of friends to have.
Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always get a mention. It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time.
About the sword murderer.
As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company.
Thank you very much. I will visit again. Thank you. The people of the Kamisato clan are very dear friends to me.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great.
No, she didn't, actually. I was paying really close attention.
Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
You shouldn't be popping in unannounced, though.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
Tatarasuna.
Great! Goodbye, ma'am! Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
Where is this furnace?
All right, then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye. Safe travels.
All right, to Tatarasuna. so far, not much has changed. If anything. Who's that? Dr. Xavier.
Do I have company?
Great inventor.
What kind of person comes to a place like this and just spaces out? Let's find out. Come on, let's ask this guy.
Hey, I wasn't spacing out. I was pondering some problems.
Sure you were. Your eyes were glazed over, dude. You were a million miles away.
Why are you making fun of me? I told you I wasn't spacing out. I was ruminating on some problems. Technological, environmental, and so forth. This is Tatarasuna, after all.
Oh, he said Tatarasuna. Looks like we came to the right person.
Oh, is there something you want to know about Tatarasuna?
How should I address you?
My name's Xavier.
Xavier? I've never heard of anyone pronounce that pronunciation. Xavier it is, then. Do you know much about Tatarasuna?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
How well do you understand the history of this area?
Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
About 400 years ago, to be precise.
One was just in the last few years. The other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then, too.
Escher.
They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Mechanic, huh? Looks like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all this ensuing chaos.
Weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
I am.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
In a way.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much. Can I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of Kabukimono? Ever connected to Tatarasuna?
A Kabukimono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a Kabukimono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
So there's no more Kabukimono. Did the Balladeer really manage to erase himself from the history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was, but so far it looks like the majority of the changes have only affected himself. Thank you, Xavier.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh,
so he just Rukadevada'd himself.
Bye, Xavier.
Who is Rem?
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Time to get back and check in with Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Spino Crocodile. Alright, thank you, Paimon.
Hey, don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
To the Sanctuary of Suristana! Dance of Destruction. That was a shorter one. The Kabukimono's finale. I'm assuming we go to the Sanctuary of Suristana. I didn't actually read what it said to do. Looks like we're just going to the entrance of Sumeru. Or Sumeru City, I should say. Oh, well. Oh, it's those two again. This saves me the trouble of finding them.
It's them.
Aqaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Are you still talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Yes. Perfect. These two have researched Tatarasuna's past. Let's hear what they have to say.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
The article that you let me read last time was great. Can I read it again?
Huh? Oh, of course.
All right, boys. Let's see what's different. Spot the difference. Easy mode. Let's go. A brief analysis of possible events of historical importance in the Tatarasuna area. Details. This text belongs to a series of works sponsored by the Vahumana's Veil Cutter Project. It is yet to be numbered. Author Aqaba. Abstract. The Tatarasuna area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's smithing industry. 2 incidents have occurred here, and the details behind the first are vague at best. I believe, however, that there might be a hidden history behind the events of that have transpired. Hence, this paper will attempt to analyze what has unfolded from the available data. Glossary: Tatarasuna area, Raiden Gokuden, Mikoshi Nagamasa. This paper continues and expands on the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi. In his report on the haply hidden tales of Tatarasuna, and is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inazuma were originally handed down from the Electro Archon, as known as the Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from the Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, the strange rumors that do not quite fit the steely nature of the metalwork yet linger about. Tatarasuna's smelting center, which was central pillar of the forging industry there, the Mikoshi and Niwa clans, along with an eccentric mechanic from abroad, serviced 3 windows of insight. We need to investigate the truth behind what happened. Strange notes from Tatarasuna area. Their contents are as follows. 1. Perhaps I overstepped, but thinking that Sir Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikoshi must eat at him. 2. The inspector brought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsuragi discussed matters of smithing deep into the night with the vice armory officer. 3. We at last made a single nagamaki. We called it the Daitatara Nagamasa. The inspector was in high spirits. He and the vice armory officer. Nozomu was so taken by the beauty of the Daitatara Nagamasa that he drew a picture of it. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Katsuragi. The great blade cut deep into his flesh, cast his own nagamaki into the furnace's flame. Nozomu could not abide by that order and drew completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burned. Nozomu died that night. I dare say that while Katsuragi may have committed malfeasance, it was out of the goodness of his heart. 6. Kinjiro, the Nagamaki in Nozomu's drawing of the arsenal. Nagamasa is harsh, but also knows right from wrong, but even so he is not amenable to reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still, I am some households of Tadaratsuna have not been blinded by the matter. Nagamasa's mother, Chiyo, and we trust him. I also remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Daitara Nagamasa with him. 7. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts. For the inspector, 1 for the army officer, and 1 to be left in Tadaratsuna to prevent theft. But we were in too much of a hurry, so neither the inspector nor the army officer could be found. I was so bold to hide 3 pieces within the treasure chest of Tadaratsuna. Oh, there's yellow text now. The 7 notes mentioned prior have been scattered across Tadaratsuna area. Among the 7 notes, 6 seem to be a good physical integrity, though they all look quite old, while the last one looks more recent. I believe that the first 6 notes and the last are different time periods, though the gulf in years between the 2 needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 should also be related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Rumi once mentioned in the Happily Hidden Tales of Tadaratsuna, hereafter known as Hidden Tales, that in the past researchers from Sumeru had investigated the cultural histories of Tadaratsuna and Inazuma. Though the place has fallen into a degree of disrepair since the Hidden Tales were written, things have improved since the time I went and wrote the original article. Regardless, that what used to be an area of major industry remains the place of most inhospitable, and the residents of Tadaratsuna may have found living and dwelling by the waters. The residents, when questioned and told, research of Tadarasuna's golden age centuries ago, when administered by the armory officer Niwa, vice armory officer Miyazaki, and Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. Yet the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region also seemed to stress the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding their homeland's past. Here we go, some yellow text. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A very small portion, however, mentioned the word outsider. It should be known that the appearance of such a character who is suspected to be based on a real person is a very curious case. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further. Eventually, the following pieces of information came to light. A foreign mechanic once visited Tadaratsuna. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. However, the mechanic seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around essential restricted areas. And if someone tried to turn him away, they would only earn incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. The mechanic often stared into the furnaces, seemingly to check on its condition. Unsettlingly, he also spent a substantial amount of time watching the local residents. Judging from the era, it was not uncommon to see cross-cultural exchanges of technological knowledges in places of Tadaratsuna. After traveling across the tides, foreign experts being welcome in the region was likely not unreasonable either. Yet calamity came not long after this exchange of knowledge, which hints a high potential for the causation between these events. However, some current residents believe that these assumptions were merely the results of their forebears' overactive imaginations attempting to theorize how things actually unfolded. List of individuals. Tadaratsuna has been compiled here. Historical documents from Inazuma, starting with the administrator's army officer Niwa. Full name, Niwa Hisahide. He was the inheritor of the Ishin art and successor to the Niwa clan. His family, along with Akame and Kaidahara clans, were together known as the Ishin Sansaku. Records show that Niwa was a modest, intelligent individual who displayed remarkable talent in administration of the territory and people. His eventual whereabouts are unknown, but he's suspected to have left Tadaratsuna with his family following the incident. Suspected? No, he was murdered during the incident. Okay. Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki. Full name, Miyazaki Kaneo. He was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown. He primarily assisted Niwa in forging the personnel management. He was affable tenement and had many friends in the region, including Mikoshi Nagamasa. Mikoshi Nagamasa, successor of the Mikoshi clan, adopted son of the Oni warrior Chiyo. and adopted brother to Mikoshi Michichiro, also known as the Iwakura, the successor. With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name, striving daily to wipe the shame from their family. Though records state that Mikoshi Nagamasa was a stubborn figure, he also noted to be a person of moral virtue and integrity. It's also been noted in various records that he practiced forging swords for self-cultivation and specially requested a special instruction from Miyazaki to further his capabilities. However, after the famous blade Daitara Nagamasa was forged, he used it to slay his subordinate Katsuragi for reasons unknown at present. Subordinate Katsuragi. Katsuragi's full known background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I have sorted through, I have yet to find more conditional personal information regarding him. As one of Mikoshi Nagamasa's subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by Nagamasa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick by the Lord through thick and thin, and swore to give his life service, as was asked of him. And this is new, the mechanic. Long have I delved through many texts and documents, but I was ultimately unable to decipher even a specter of a clue to his background. Still, mentions of the mechanic grew scarcer in the aftermath of the Tartarasuna incident. I speculate that instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven from overripe imaginations, he actually did exist, and perhaps even had a hand in the events that took place in Tartarasuna. Alright.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
I'm actually really curious, because his story was very well written, but it was really very going to be different. Alright. Extract 1. Wow, there's so much different in this. We'll start by reading from the top. The Isle of Darkling Clouds. Author Sawada, Extract 1. A man arrived in Tadaratsuna around 3 in the afternoon from afar. He spied laborers walking along the mountain roads towards the factories, their shoes scuffling along the jutting stones. As they walked like people convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description of those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him. With a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Do my eyes deceive me, Sir Miyazaki? I cannot think that the return trip from Inazuma City could have been easy on you. Miyazaki smiled, like a young man taking the first steps of their journey, and expression relaxed. Why, Katsuragi Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some, naturally. The two burst into an uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the path's end. The youngest man, dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf, gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now the flames of the forge were unlike any other, for their intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the Flame Watcher, an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the Watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Katsuragi and Miyazaki strode into a room did the Watcher turn. This Watcher was Niwa, armory officer and administrator of Tadarasuna. Born of the Niwa clan, of which he served as one of the 3 pillars of Ishin art, Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of his high standing with those in power served as a statement unto itself. Miyazaki handled a well-bundled text to Niwa, as he adjusted his expression and said, "It is as you have said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan. Yet I believe it to be worth a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procured the materials that you requested." Niwa studied the text and nodded. "We should try some of these new forging techniques, whether Kaidahara says yea or nay." Katsuragi frowned. With a sigh, he said, "Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking. You know how this You know this better than most. You know this better than most, sirs, and still you seek improvement each day with a terrifying drive. Ah, should my Lord Nagamasa hear this, the sourness in his face shall be hard to miss. Niwa smiled, replying, And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsuragi? Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his two friends, and yet he could not think of any way to deflect. And so grossed, I see your ears are keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are nothing before you. Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps steady and confident. The head that appeared by the door was that one from abroad. The newcomer placed some lunch boxes to one side, nodded, and made to leave. Katsuragi called after him, Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry? The man smiled upon hearing Katsuragi's words. I already ate. I hope that you, my lords, may also find time to sate your hunger soon. You are our guest, sir. To see you help in these trifling matters fills me with embarrassment, Niwa said with sincerity. The man smiled, as if it was no matter. Then with a nod, he departed. Extract 2. The stranger, a foreign mechanic, stood next to the coast. Sunset fell to the accompaniment of darkness. The bands of twilight showed themselves not, for in their place did thunderclouds roil, grumbling with the omens of the coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea, and the dusk bade the clouds to kneel upon the land. But the man stood uncovered, merely gazing into the distance, radiating bloodthirst. None passed him by, and none knew what he was plotting. Time passed, unmeasured and uncounted, till black clouds suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the mechanic, bearing down on him like an omen. He then caressed the dark mist as if it was part of his flesh. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near, the lights of its bow flickering in and out of sight beneath the falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing sight from the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, It's not but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides? Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached down to the bottom of the boat, and was joined in the bereftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the mechanic laughed, slowly approaching the grand wreck. Not but half an arm left of the one who cried out for help, and with a plop it landed at the mechanic's feet, who crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite. Yet he did not, for the dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. Extract 3. Katsuragi rushed to the doorway and shouted, My lord, things go ill at the furnace. I have searched for Sir Niwa. There is no trace of him. And much time has passed since Sir Miyazaki left to seek aid, but he has yet to send us any missive. Look. Mikoshi Nagamasa turned slowly. His face grave as one attending a funeral. He spoke then, his words heavy laden. I wish not to say such words, Katsuragi, but Sir Miyazaki may never return. Katsuragi peered past Nagamasa's broad, stiff shoulders, beyond the windows. The cloud above boiled in the waves of black, as if darkness was the only weather, and might even morph into an abyssal beast and devour Tatarasuna whole. Over 10 people had already perished. That is why Katsuragi recoiled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in dribs and dabs. That was why they had set out to seek aid. Miyazaki had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Traveling from Tatarasuna to Inazuma to ask for support was normally no great feat, and yet there had been no sign of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third, and a fourth. Each who left to seek salvation did so under foul strikes of bleak fortunes. Reason dictated that they should not have risked anyone else, but the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. They needed to gain aid from Inazuma, even if it should cost them more lives. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterward, Nagamasa led a search party into the mountains and the area around the furnace, all to no avail. Folk began to wonder if Niwa might have encountered an accident. But worry soon turned to suspicion, and they wondered if he had fled, unwilling to bear the sin of having caused these incidents. The people grew ever more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against the discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly a figure flashed by. Their presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut, but in a flash the evil spirit had shifted behind him, laughing darkly. "Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps?" Nagamasa bellowed in a fury. "You dare address Sir Niwa directly?" Yet the figure parted like a mist before his falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. "Was it you who slew my people?" Nagamasa howled as he charged and held back only by Katsuragi's desperate grip. As his senses returned to him, he realized he was but an inch away from falling into the furnace. It seems that the rest of the work remains unfinished. From the existing text, however, it is apparent that there is a novel, fantastical, colorful sensibilities born from imagination well utilized. Yeah, that's a lot of changes. The content has changed. Another effect of tampering with the information in Irminsul. The Balladeer said he'd erased 2 of his names. But if he really succeeded, it must have taken all of his might. But still.
Well, what do you think?
A masterpiece.
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Aqaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
Sure, we can help them improve gaps
What
in the
did you
paper.
find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Well, you learned about the Raiden Gokuden and Tatarasuna's history.
Wow. So many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Anything to help a fellow scholar.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Arminoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true.
And he heard it from a member of the Kaidahara clan.
Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
Seriously, though, could they have not gotten a more British-sounding VA for this guy? It's a great vocal performance. There's no flaws in his line reading. It's just, it's throwing me off to see someone that's very clearly Inazuman, but is definitely, what's the term? British. Let's just go with British.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
We've got some things to take care of. Bye for now.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
I hope we can check in with these guys after we finish this quest line.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Will do.
Sadly, I do have information that's been erased from history, sadly. Actually, in case we missed dialogue, let's just hear what they had to say.
Great! I can finally move forward with my novel. But what a sad story.
I don't know what I was expecting, but I never would have guessed this.
All right, Nahida. We need to talk. She's not immune to Irminsul, so she might have stopped looking into this as soon as he succeeded in erasing himself from the historical record. Scaramouche.exe does not exist. Boar!
Nahida, we're here! Traveler, Paimon, how have you been? Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then he decided he wanted to go to Inazuma.
I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
Oh no. Why are you not surprised? She doesn't remember Rukkhadevata either.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Even Nahida doesn't remember. Just like last time, any changes to Irminsul affect her as well. The Balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I am the record keeper.
Traveler? Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
There are things that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. With a heavy heart, you piece back together the story of the broken scattered across time. Are we going to tell her about Rukkhadevata? There was once one named the Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon. He was the puppet who lived among men. After a series of events on Tatarasuna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans, only loathing for the gods, he bore a grudge for years. As he grew in strength, he then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis, and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered the Irminsul, and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
It's just a databank, though. That doesn't work.
But how was he even able to do that? As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it.
Yipes. I was about to ask if you don't remember what happened in Act 5 and 4.
Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality. So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world? Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it.
You know, the R&R are full of shit. The forest will remember my ass.
The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
And that thing I mentioned about Zhongli remembering Rukkhadevata, so it's also possible that Zhongli also remembers the Balladeer if he's ever heard of him. You can say that again.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it? I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
I'm really not sure. We were enemies, after all. I don't know his perspective on all this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he want to reset everything? Or to save someone? Or did he want to completely undo his existence? He asked if he could change the past. Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rukkhadevata erase her own existence. But I can't tell Nahida that. To put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it could work. But I can't tell them that.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
She's a big girl. We can tell her about Rukkhadevata. I just feel empty. He chose such a radical option, and yet...
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yes.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again.
But does changing Irminsul change his memory, though? What the fuck's going on in his head now?
He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense. Every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
I hope that this wraps up within the next 30 minutes so that I can get food. He changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead end didn't get a second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. I don't know, time travel is probably possible. As Matt pointed out, we planted a fucking tree at the beginning of time. In the fucking Raiden Shogun story quest. Time travel is very much possible. And people have told me there's a lot of fucking time travel theories revolving around how the story of Genshin Impact will end as a whole. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals in his life? Or did he wish he never existed at all?
Please wait a moment. I want to check something.
You're gonna see if there's anyone in Irminsul right now?
Found it. This should be the one.
That's a cube. Is Nahida the sustainer of heavenly principles? Nah, that couldn't be.
It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything he has told us.
What is it?
Canned knowledge.
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Surprisingly, the information is presented to you in a way that resembles a fairy tale.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
And this matches everything I just said.
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
So you made a record of something in case stuff got erased. Good for you, God of Wisdom. I always said you were my favorite.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabukimono and other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact.
Because you didn't use any names. Ah, that's so clever. You made it vague. Kind of like why Nostradamus' predictions can be applied to so many different things, because they're very vague and general predictions. So a lot of people consider him to be a great prophet, but in reality he just made a bunch of vague predictions. So you told the story, but you changed all the names to make it vague so that you could put anything in there.
Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
That being said, you also love making allegories, which means you probably wrote the story different in your own words and with more Duke.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer.
That means that every book that I have read in the story up to now could actually be a record of historical events. As a means of preserving history, so that it doesn't get changed by Irminsul. God, that's so deep.
There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own.
Okay. So the monster in fox fur, that's Scaramouche.
Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans.
I don't remember what this is. Is that supposed to be Il Dottore? A kitten carved from the wood.
The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us.
Unless oh wait, it was carved from wood. Scaramouche is the kitten, and Dottore is the monster. Because he wears the fur coat.
At this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin."
Oh, look at the sad kitty.
The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing.
Bird?
The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good.
So that's the little kid that he mentioned. That was the third betrayal. Abandoned by the mother, then the friend, and then this.
Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content.
Thus a villain was born.
I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
I will become God. Poor kitty.
We solved it!
I mean, they did just They didn't have to show us that. They could have given us the book or made that a cutscene. But it's really nice that it exists.
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened.
So, since he's not... The real question is, did his own memories get deleted?
To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion.
It's even harder to believe that she had the foresight to take this information, turn it into an allegorical story, on the off chance someone tried to rewrite history.
Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world.
Are you trying to say that our twin was born in Conria the way you're phrasing that?
We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
I never had this feeling before. It feels like life is as insignificant as a feather.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
Yeah, no one likes getting remmed.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination.
I sure hope so.
And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
No, fuck that. I want to get inside Irminsul and see what the fuck's going on in there.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take him out for a walk to clear his head?
No, there's more pressing issues. We don't need to take a break now.
You got it. Come on, traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
Well, the reason they're obviously sending us there is we're probably going to walk into him. Excuse me, game? Whenever this game freezes for me, it's always in the fucking map. Specifically when I press the interact button on the map. To the Grand Bazaar.
What should we eat first?
I have a nagging feeling like there's something I'm missing, something important that I'm forgetting.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Sorry, it's just, give me a minute, I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain, let's dig this out. Gotta be in there somewhere. It was something about Irminsul and deleting oneself. Ruka Devada. Greater Lord Ruka Devada, Forbidden Knowledge, Nahida.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
Yes, that was it. Greater Lord Ruka Devada. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation? In Lesser Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her. There would be no point.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Greater Lord Ruka Devada. But this is a crucially important detail. It's simply not possible for Balladeer to completely erase his own existence, in which case the question is, what happened to him?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
That's a new outfit, and I guess that's why he's the Wanderer now? Well, I mean, we pulled on his banner and we got him.
Hey! Hey, wait!
You mean me?
No, not you. That kid! Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? The work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is the Balladeer.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am.
Okay, now it has a name there. It just says Wanderer. He says Drifter. So meaning his name could have been Drifter instead of Wanderer, I'm guessing. I guess that's the translation they chose Wanderer for the English.
We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsetius, was it? I'll be right back.
Which, that tells me that originally his name was going to be Drifter when they changed him to this personality, but I guess they changed it to Wanderer at some point later on in development or translation, and they didn't go back and re-record that line. That's what that tells me. God, knowing how back-end development works ruins a lot of things for you, because then you can't help but think, like, oh, why did they go with that design decision?
Hey, what do we do now?
Let's follow him. Or give him some subsidias.
Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
But he's got the fucking bad personality as the Wanderer in my team, which means we're going to give him his memories back with the Nahida thing, probably. I've already lost him. Where is he? Over there? Follow the person you just saw. Fuck you, game. We're following... We know who he is. You don't need to fucking be all coy about it. Fuck, he got far in the last 10 seconds. Follow him as himself? Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the Balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetius? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
Shush.
Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
If I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, I would never believe it.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
Paimon, don't hide!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right, we were following you.
Have we met before?
Damn, are Sunsetias really that big?
No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right! The look on his face!
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
Actually, his personality is still somewhat the same. You can tell it in his mannerisms and the way he speaks. But he's definitely missing a lot of memories. Somewhere I want to take you. I actually haven't gone through any of the Wanderer's voice lines. Yeah, which makes me kind of want to do that. But maybe we'll do that at the end if I have time, or we'll just do it in another stream. Somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Aight.
Then let's return to the city.
Return to the grocery stall. Oh, I forgot I have Lisa on the party. Outfit. Nice.
You've been a naughty boy.
Alright.
Are you sure it has to be me?
Alright. Alright, let's do. Fly. Can't wait to see how he gets a vision.
Too slow.
We've only seen, like, 2 people? Or is it 1 person? Let's see, Rana got a vision, if I remember correctly. Who was the other person we saw get a vision? I might be misremembering things.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these 2?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
I feel I should be mad at him because he took advantage of him for this long, but at the same time, at least he is being honest about it.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
I'm a little annoyed that this guy doesn't have a name.
Thank you.
But then I guess it makes sense, because Wanderer don't have a name neither. We should put it. You should be hanging out with Sean. They're both bad with Mora.
All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me.
That is true.
We can go now.
I really do like the Mora.
Quit following me.
Alright. To the Sanctuary of Sarastana. This is literally a no-combat episode. We might get to go through the whole stream without me dying once. Those other 2 guys aren't here anymore. Wonder where they disappeared to. I guess it's nighttime and all the NPCs go to bed. Hopefully they'll be there tomorrow. Or were they right here last time? I don't fucking remember. It's a good thing that I'm playing this game for the story, because if I was playing this game for the combat, this has basically been almost 4 hours of nothing. Oh, she's looking at a terminal of some kind.
Nahida! Nahida! What's wrong?
We found him.
Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You tell us, Lord Cristinali, what happened at the Grand Bazaar.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these 2 claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called, previous incarnation.
oof, she came that term on her own. Maybe she's close to accidentally discovering what happened to Rukkhadevata on her own.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
Kind of an asshole, to be honest. You let betrayal define your entire existence for about a couple hundred years.
Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
Just trying to think about where to start. Well, you're technically the vessel for a god, so I guess that's a pretty good place to start. Then you were discarded because you were unwanted. Then you made friends. And then they all died. You vowed revenge on the world. And then you found out the truth behind the death of your friends. And wanted to undo your existence. And now we're here. See, was that so hard, guys?
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil.
Well, he already knows that part, Matt. I'm trying to fill in the rest of the gaps. We're trying to tell him what his past incarnation was. He has that in his current incarnation.
You nearly died because of what other people did. And many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
He tells the Wanderer about his past. I guess we're gonna...
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
You just made history a big of a pain in the ass for people like me that care about history. That's all you did.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong.
One thing's for sure, it's probably gonna fuck with the Fatui's records and knowledge. Unless they're also immune to the fucking changing of Irminsul.
Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time. A chain of cause and effect. A cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet...
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
I don't know, I think you're actually pretty high on the fan base. Let me grab my... Let's just pull up the internet real quick. Let's see. Come on, Google. Let's open up ye olde Google. Would it be faster to pull this up on my phone? Might be faster to pull this up on my phone. Okay, Google. Oh, wait, I disabled that function on my phone. Top 10 most popular Genshin characters. Okay, by popularity, top 5 we have... Really? Oh. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, let's start at number 10. According to Google, these are the top 10 most popular characters in Genshin Impact. At number 10, we have Chongyun. I don't know anything about this character, so we'll move on to number 9. Number 9, Zhongli. Not surprised to see him on the top 10 list at all. This one, I'm surprised to see on the top 10 list. Number 8 is Paimon. Good job, Paimon. Number 7, Child. And number 6, Yaimiko. Here's another surprising one on the list. Number 5 is Goro. Number 4 is Yoimiya. Number 3 is Raiden Shogun. Number 2 is also surprising, because I already said Child, but it's Tartaglia, according to the list, but it has a picture of Alhaitham there. Google can't be trusted. And at number 1, Hu Tao. That's what Google thinks, according to my phone search for Google top 10 most popular Genshin characters. That is the top 10 according to Google. Weird. Sorry, I thought for sure you'd show up on the list, Scaramouche. My bad.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
You were in complete assholes to him. I would just like to point that out. I've pointed it out several times already, but I feel like this is an appropriate time to bring it up again.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
Because they're good people.
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street!
He was always a random stranger to you guys. He was never your arch enemy. He was just a cog in the machine.
He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Why does everyone call her Lesser Lord Kusanali still?
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
I guess I'm gonna miss out on dinner tonight.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
In case he accidentally deletes more.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
It's time to get ready.
Oh no. Okay, I need my best team
Leave it
here.
to me. Let's go. Time is against us.
Alright. So much for me not dying this stream.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
Why did you put enemies in this experience, then? If you made the whole thing.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
Now we're just finishing the job.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
On a failed attempt to make a vessel for a god.
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichio's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
I was gonna say, but Paimon cut me off.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Interesting.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Because he died. Oh, you wanted a philosophical answer to that question. I need more helitral masks. Oh, it's a puzzle. Okay, hole in the floor.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Ah, this way. Ow. Why is the dream booby-trapped?
Huh? What are we doing back here?
I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
Man, this guy's entire life is basically Dottore fucking him over, if you really think about it.
But you can't. You promised me.
He fucked up the factory. It polluted the air. It got a bunch of people sick. All of this guy's friends died. You can trace it all back to Dottore's stupid plan, which I guess was an order from the Jester, too, technically. So, whatever... And the fact that he gets twisted into working for the fucking Fatui Harbingers only is just like an extra nail in the coffin. It's like there's such a thing as a final nail in the coffin. At this point, we just took a shotgun through it at the end.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
Yeesh.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the Balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the Balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The Balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too.
Yep. They actually showed them.
The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Uh-oh. Are we gonna have to fight the doctor? I just realized we might have to fight the doctor. Oh, why is the fucking memory booby trapped?
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Interesting. Let's finally get some more dialogue from the Jester.
Scatter!
I will end you. That's it.
Incoming!
Propagate!
Nowhere to hide.
Oh boy. Wish I brought someone that could break the 2E shields.
Speed of light.
Let's not waste time.
Oh wait, shield guys.
I must leave no stone unturned.
That's it. This is tough.
Get him!
Use this first.
No escape!
That seemed to work.
Hey, go chase.
Let's not waste time.
Alright, Noelle. Break through this guy's shield, please. Actually, I could probably just check to see if I could go through further. No, I have to get through this door. I have to kill this guy.
Let's end this quickly.
Speed of light. Let it rain. Don't blink.
Oh wow, this is
Got lucky that
a decent
time.
amount of damage.
Incoming. Nowhere to hide.
Scatter! Let's end this quickly.
Speed of light. Hey!
We're damaging him. Just gotta keep chipping away.
Time to clean up.
Come on, Noelle.
Propagate!
Let's end this quickly.
Don't blink.
Come on, aggravate damage.
With sword from shadow.
Scatter!
Incoming. Hey! No escape.
Got him. Ah, reinforcements, of course.
Well met. Put your fact into it. Don't be a killjoy.
Speed of light.
Go on. Give me a go. You can't run.
Spring forth!
Nowhere to hide.
Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
Propagate!
Incoming. Hey!
How can this be?
No one escapes my sight.
Not my duty.
Scatter!
That all you got? Don't be a killjoy. We've
No
only
blink.
just begun. I see through you.
Ow, that almost killed me.
You can't run. Well, looks like I went too far.
This is where we fought him the first time, or I guess lost to him in a cutscene.
This place is dark.
This is the Delusion Factory.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma. In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here. Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
Oh, ominous Fandango's playing. I remember this. This was an unsettling place.
Hey, look over there.
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Wow, they really got to get that model some use in. Hi, Signora. Haven't seen you in a fucking long time.
What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
I'm kind of annoyed that they killed off her character before it got explored in the story all that much.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
Which means I hope that the same doesn't happen to a lot of the other Harbingers.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible. and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never failed to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now.
Interesting. So he is the one who killed all the swordsmiths.
Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Oh boy.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is?
A witch.
Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results and your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Okay. I have a bad feeling that's fighting a bunch of people in here.
Let it rain.
Oh, he died. Did I off-screen die? I thought I switched in time. Guess that's a death. Well, we almost went the whole stream without dying. Man, there's so many of these cool steals.
I'll race you there. Get him. Incoming. Hey!
Propagate!
As a good knight should. Got you. Don't blink. Nowhere to hide.
All right.
Incoming. Hey!
Why is the camera all close up? Ow.
Speed of light. This is our magic. No one escapes my sights.
Come on.
Mirror images.
Die, please.
You can't hide. Got you. This body
Headshot.
belongs to ice.
Leave it all to me.
More of these ass hats.
Scatter! Blink! With sword comes shadow.
Come on.
Over here! Don't blink!
Ow.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Oh, she got stuck. Ah, that's hilarious.
Get him! Incoming! No escape!
Scatter!
Cut to the chase!
I think getting rid of the assassin first is probably the smart
Steady
move.
as stone. As a dutiful maid would. I missed a spot.
No escape.
Go, go, Baron Booth! Blink! Don't blink!
You know how to get me going.
That's not good. Hang on. Thank goodness they have such a familiar line. Stop camera. Oh god. Yeah, I hate when I'm aiming and then the camera just randomly turns to focus in on a direction of somewhere.
Over here! No one escapes my sights! Blink!
Scatter!
Over here!
Alright, get the assassin out of the way, and then we can focus on the damn sissin.
Propagate!
Alright.
Spring forth!
Speed of light! Hey!
Did she glitch in the wall?
Incoming! Get him!
That's annoying.
With sword comes shadow.
Well, I can still hit her.
Don't blink!
Let me amuse myself a little. You really know how to get me going.
Let it rain!
Stop it, camera.
The more, the merrier.
Over here! I must leave no stone unturned.
Alright.
Time to clean up.
This should finish it off, unless there's another way with a fucking annoying hammer guy. Thank goodness. Are we going to catch up to current events now? Or are we still in the pre-Inazuma part of his life? Oh.
Looks
no.
like we've arrived in Sumeru.
Oh, wow. I was joking. I didn't mean to jump this far ahead in the story. I thought you were going to just jump to...
Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly something you just wake up in the morning and decide to do.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
How is he ranked second again?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
He's the doctor. He's behind all of this.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
Okay. I've joked saying that this is probably going to be a 5-hour ordeal, but it's starting to look like it will be. I'm glad thing I had a big lunch today. And a bunch of M&Ms.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Personally, for me, I'm one of the people who believe AI can achieve personage, so I don't think there's a difference. Only the biological innards.
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets?
That was a bad analogy, Nahida.
Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Are you saying?
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I don't think I think we should finish this story run through recap of his life before he makes that decision personally. Otherwise, he's just going to gain back the I want all of these gone, because that memory is also included.
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you, and I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Is this the true meaning of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's words? A person can't erase themselves. And even though the original Balladeer has gone, this person will live on in his place. Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny too?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours.
The little storybook. Cutscene.
You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my... Is he alright?
That's not good.
No way!
What the hell is that thing doing here? When did we learn that?
Hey! Are you done yet?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
That's very symbolic of something that's beyond my understanding.
Balladeer?
Ooh, this musical theme.
Die.
Uh-oh.
This is trying my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
You got any more stupid questions?
Damn. What did they put on this guy?
Feeble human.
Bygone Asher Teardrop. Tulatilia's Remembrance. Crit damage, a lot. Attack speed increased by 10% after the Wanderer unleashes elemental skill. Normal attack damage will increase by a lot. Yada yada. And a bliss. No bliss of weak. Fails like
The wind rises.
How amusing. At my command, you shall fall. Behold.
Do they normally curve that much in the overworld?
Feeble human.
Quit following me.
Well, I just realized I only have the Wanderer.
The wind rises.
That's far enough. You dare to gaze upon my endless cycle begins.
Behold.
Oh, did my health just reset?
Insignificant pest.
I'm counting that as a death. I probably could have avoided dying there, but I didn't try. Ooh, magic guide. I wanted another one of those.
Too slow.
Oh, that was easy. Everlasting Lord of Arcane Wisdom.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
What do you mean, we?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too! What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Now that you've recovered your memories, the past will catch up with you.
You sound like you're concerned about me.
I kinda am. I don't know if Aether is.
But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Well, me, myself, but not I. God, I love the references. No treasure chest in here, huh? I feel ripped off. That's
Welcome
quest
back,
complete.
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
The ballad, you don't want me to
After
go with
learning about
Balladeer?
everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him.
Makes sense to me. I would change it too.
I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the Sixth is.
You're right. The treasure was the friends we made along the way. Don't you mean the friends that died along the way?
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
Some more and artifacts would be nice.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that.
If we gain the ability to time travel later, put that on the list of my things that I need to fix, though.
Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish.
The loom of fate.
What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting.
That's a very cool mindset.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
Maybe.
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Nahida doesn't see you in that way.
Oh right, I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that.
And a few other things.
Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered.
Yeah. As soon as I can get out of the Sanctuary of Suristana, the better. The weird music here of the children chanting always makes me a little creeped out.
Including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. Let's hope we can find some answers.
I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
I wanted to know what you changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
I didn't do all of this for a reward. Please don't make it sound like I'm extorting you.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books.
It's a really dark way to think of things anyway.
Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
I hope you can give Nahida a chance.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
I guess this kind of serves as his 5-star quest. Unless he's going to be getting a 5-star quest in like 3.5 when they add fucking Dia to the game.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
That was a long pause.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Really, Paimon? Actually, that's weird. Why have we not picked an ugly nickname for him earlier?
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
You want us to decide?
No! Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
I do have one name in mind. I've mentioned this to other people. Somebody has told me that we'd get to rename the Wanderer at some point, because it makes sense that you'd get to rename the Wanderer, because his name is Wanderer, and that doesn't really market well. Keith, no, that's the worst name you can give a human being. And I apologize to all the Keiths out there, but your parents screwed you over. Rules and disclaimers for name modification. Oh boy. You can obtain the item and appellative stroke from the Archon quest Interlude Inversion of Genesis will allow you to change Eons Adrift Wanderer Animo's name. Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change. Once you have renamed this character, some interfaces in the game moving forward will display that name that you've chosen. There's a limit on the number of times you can rename the character, so do so with care. Travelers, please ensure that you follow the terms of service while using this function to create a healthy gaming environment. Please read and confirm that you will not instigate and take part in the creation of content that will discriminate against race, gender, religion, or sexual orientation of this new government or region, bullying or the insulting of any travelers or groups of travelers, any other content behavior that violates terms of service. We may have to restrict your use of the game's services if you do not follow these rules. This may include supervision restriction and a name reset. Forced disconnection, login, suspension again, but at the same it's a long story short, whatever I name him, if I'm not careful, I can get banned for it. We may have to restrict you. At the same time, you are welcome to use the report function to send feedback to us. You should encounter aforementioned situations. Cannot be less than one character. I got one name in mind. There we go. Because he's a wanderer. No, we're not doing Noob Slayer. In honor of one of the most iconic characters with a big hat, you are now Big Hat Logan. Also because Logan the Wanderer, for people
sure?
who read X-Men comics, I guess. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, I think so do.
Oh, alright. If you say so.
I'm told there's special dialogue if you give him certain names, because he will actually reject certain names. And apparently you can give him my name.
Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Oh, I forgot Paimon was working on that. Hey, keep that... He might be listening, Matt. Don't say that.
Still thinking. Stop rushing me!
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
What do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
Yeah, I hope he shows up when we eventually kill El Dottore, but I have a feeling that we're not going to get to deal with El Dottore again until probably Snezhnaya or Natlin. It's a common name.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
He's got a pretty good allegiance to the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Oh, I know. Shadow Wolf is like a very common name that I see all the time as a gamer tag.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been. What's that look for? Don't make that face. I know what I'm doing. That day will come. Alright. We're done here. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There were some bumps along the way, but it's all over now. You say that, but he's still wandering.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Oh, that's right. We were going to stop and get food.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
What's happening? Is this another cutscene? Are we getting another cutscene? Or did my game crash? Okay, game. Oh, there we go. Cutscene!
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the Epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking.
He's gonna wander by, right? And overhear this?
All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
There he is. See you when you're an old man, Logan. Return to the resting place. Man, I thought we'd be done by now. I can't believe this is still going. Where'd all the music go? Okay, there's the music. Back to this hut. If we get shoved into a time loop again, I'm gonna be very annoyed.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
Rest up, Paimon. I'll buy some delicious treats as a reward.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase.
What about it? It's still broken.
Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
The night we stayed here, Paimon bumped into the table after startled by something to do with the Balladeer and broke the vase. The Balladeer erased his existence. He changed the world. So why is the vase still broken? Because he didn't change the world. He just erased himself.
You sound lost and confused.
Uh-oh. Who the fuck is this?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Who the fuck is this?
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate.
Well, that's quite the analogy. Ma'am?
Like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Why are you talking to me?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
You can't just fucking drop fucking lore like that on me. And fucking, what the fuck is that?
The voices disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Well, that was definitely an important character. I'm gonna have to go back through some footage and double check because that... of course you'd say that. Her voice sounds familiar. So familiar to me. I've heard this VA before. Where can I place it, though? I don't... I have... it might have been... It's definitely a character that I haven't met in game yet, that's for sure. But, as for who this might be, I have a few theories. The way they're speaking references themselves as a god. No, that's definitely a different voice. That's definitely not the sustainer of heavenly principles. Whoever this was somebody different. It doesn't sound like Alice's voice. Because I believe we hear Alice's voice in, The Wanderer, or maybe it was Alice. I'll have to double check, because I believe The Wanderer's character, Collected Mystery, is narrated by Alice, from what I'm told. I might have to double check that. But if it's not Alice, then it's either a god we haven't met yet, or maybe someone from Celestia. Whoever it was, it's somebody who governs or understands fate. I don't think it's the Hydro Archon. I mean, we know that the Hydro Archon has a name. And I'm sure we'll meet the Hydro Archon within a year, so I will keep a note of this footage and check back. Believe my eyes. Does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that face is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
No, I can do it.
It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
I wonder what else awaits me in the future. That is fucking scary. You're right. What if that was the Tsaritsa? Oh my god, what if that was the Tsaritsa? Oh, that would be such the lore drop. Why?
It suits a well-cultured and disciplined person such as yourself.
Oh god, that's...
It suits a well-cultured and
Oh,
disciplined
no.
person, such as yourself.
I have to read all of this now.
It suits a well-cultured and disciplined person, such as yourself.
Oh boy. We died twice. Does that kill the stream boss? I think it does. It's killed it once.
Disciplined person, such as yourself.
Alright, we'll do a 10 pull for that.
It suits a well-cultured and disciplined person,
Once
such as
the
yourself.
stream catches up with all the fucking alerts. Oh my god, though, that's so fucking crazy. That could have been the Saritsa talking to us there.
A well-cultured and
she
disciplined
definitely has
person,
knowledge of
such as yourself.
access to the Fidui's knowledge. She would definitely be in the know, and that definitely could be theory. That's probably a good theory. I'm actually going to run with that. I think that is, in fact, who just spoke to us.
It suits
It
a
has to be, right?
well-cultured and disciplined person, such as yourself.
So we got to do at least 11 pulls. Who's the stream boss now?
It suits a well-cultured and disciplined person, such as yourself.
Little turd. Oh my god.
It suits a well-cultured and disciplined person, such as yourself. It suits a well-cultured and disciplined person, such as yourself.
What's the stream boss's health at now? 2,500. I think it got died twice, so I think we have to do 12 pulls. Alright. Have we caught up? Is it done? Alright. Alright. Black Tassel. Fucking Harbinger of Dawn again. Yeah, I like that. Another Yunjin. Wait, did we get 2 4-stars? Okay, no. When Yunjin triggers the crystallized reaction, her defense increases by 20. That's pretty good. And 2 more. Oh, that was lucky. Lion's Roar. Nice. I don't think we've ever had that weapon before. Anywho, let's check that out before we go. Wait, when did I pick this up? Oh, that's the sword from the Kazuha quest. When? I didn't realize they gave it to me. Yishin Art Clarity. It's an attack sword. That's pretty good. Normal charging opponent. Lift of Hewing Gale, dealing AoE damage equal to easy. That's pretty crazy. And then we have Lion's Roar. Bane of Fire and Thunder. Pyro or Electro. It's a better weapon for Kaching. That might be worth leveling up and giving to Kaching, which means that we can give the prototype Rancor to someone else. So yeah, I consider that an absolute win. This has been a long one, but hey, it turns out I was wrong. It didn't take 5 hours. It took just slightly over 5 hours. And now we have so much other stuff to do. I'm not even really sure what I'll be doing next time. Actually, I do know what we'll be doing next time, because I have... Next time, I'll have 3 keys to use, which means we'll be doing 2 or 3 story quests. We'll probably do Tanari, Sino. I don't know if we'll get to Nilu. But yeah, we're rapidly approaching the end here. And probably look forward to that on Thursday. Or no, actually, we'll probably do it Wednesday afternoon. Will be the next time we do this. Because I will probably be busy tomorrow, so I won't have time to stream. And this item here lets me rename the Wanderer. Get out here, Logan. Alrighty. Keep on wandering, everybody. I'll see you guys in another stream.